Barretts will be pulling us for a while.
Then we'll be in the uncharted regions of the sea.
You be on the lookout for glaciers, and I worry about navigating. Actually, scratch that. Just get your ass off this deck. I'm not risking having an Ashen near the wheel.
As you wish.
You told her about where we were? If not, who else knows about us? Where we're going? Gets me thinking. Might be time to start unboxing the steel.
Yes? Take a look.
Quite an unsufferable man, isn't he? He's blessed to live in an era free of Akaviri invasion. He should be grateful. Not a good idea. Remove Dimitri, and his outcasts will know it was foul play. We need them to operate the ship. First, we'll need to assess the environment and find a trustworthy layout of the Dwemer's compound. It can't be too far removed of how we went about our investigation in the Bastion. This time we'll have living opponents to worry about, but we'll find our way. Always do. I'm more concerned about the island's natural hazards. It's dangerously close to the supposed location of Admora. Freezing weather conditions will be more unbearable than what we're already used to in Skyrim. If they're under the control of the heroes, we'll treat them as we would any combatant. If they're not, then maybe we can use them as distractions to our advantage. Something to keep in mind in case we're overwhelmed. Are you sure that's the island's calling?
This one has kept a secret from her comrades for a very long time. One that you may have already been able to deduce. Eventually, she must be exposed as the violent fraud, hiding behind the charming mask of self-discipline. The maidens delayed her execution for a reason. I wanted to see what damnable fate awaits her, and witness for myself if she has a purpose. My expectations were confirmed. Whether she lives or dies, however, makes little difference, as even in the tragic final moments of her life, she will be useless. Cast aside all notions that she is your ally above all else. She follows out of an oath to do something she couldn't do without you. To kill me.
Anything new? Are you asking me if I believe in the divines? I'm the farthest thing from a devout worshipper. But in times of despair, there's some comfort in turning to a higher power. Most of the time, they do not listen, and I understand. Arrogance would be to demand the devotion towards serving the needs of an ashen woman that has sinned. Part of me feels I'm only adapting to local customs. But after leaving Akavir, I eliminated as much as I could of my past life from memory. The hero and ancestor worship, practiced by many of my compatriots, did nothing as a soldier back home. War occupied my thoughts. When I arrived in Skyrim, there was a void. I discarded my past while neglecting a part of what I am. The Nine filled that emptiness. Uncertainty is why we delayed this for so long, wasn't it? Why we had to secure Purity's collapse beforehand? Despite everything and everyone telling us this is the only way, I'm not sure what's going to happen. This could be Matari's final trap, or Serenity speaks the truth, and this will be our salvation. Maybe both. I'd rather not entertain the idea that our faith is misplaced in the wrong oracle. Yet there is no one to tell us otherwise. It isn't too late to turn the ship around. I'm only jesting, but maybe you can find comfort in knowing that your remaining work will earn you the right to survive. By the grace of the gods, they won't let you leave prophecies unfulfilled. The fate of everyone else on board is left to chance. We're only here to serve the certainty of the mission. Yes. Yes, it will. Looking to pass the time?
Orders? I'm just an ordinary Breton seeking a stable life as a mage. We'll see how that works out. Nalona has been with me for 5 years. We joined the college for the same reasons. We keep each other company during our studies. Couldn't have asked for a better partner. Skies divide. I'm having trepidations about our journey. How about you, Archmage? Do you feel that ominous, cool sea breeze of a distant storm? As a matter of fact, I do. We'll just have to wait and see what the island has in store for us, won't we?
I'm getting a sinking feeling I won't be setting foot on land for a while. Is what'll happen if you don't hear me out. Your friend, she's a spy. Now before you yap on in her defense, try looking at it from my angle. One very special Ashen, against the odds and common sense, broke all ties with her people just so she could help you. No consequences, not so much as a slap on the wrist for abandoning her tribe. You need help. Isn't that the most ridiculous thing you've ever heard? Okay, so why all the stalling? Why not just kill her and be done with it? Be honest with yourself. These people are uncivilized. They'd not keep her alive if she didn't have some sort of use. And that's how they get to you. I'll be keeping my eyes on her and you. You're looking at the best navigator of the Sea of Ghosts this side of the continent. I'll find your uncharted island. Bah, how bad can it be? We've got the Diabolus loaded with cannons, not to mention my buddies on the other ships. Oh yes, they're coming too. Not counting heads for future backstabbings, are we? Let's see. Former Brotherhood? So yeah, sizable and more tight-knit than our competitors. God damn! Holy Sithis! And now the whores have their ship. Bloody terrific. Hell, what time is it? enough, WhiteHawke. That'll be enough. It's been a while since these things were pulled out. I was afraid they wouldn't have the same kick. My sincerest apologies if we woke you. We had to bring them out and test them before heading further into the sea. You've got mercs on land? We'll rain down a fiery storm upon their stronghold. Ashen on the sea? We've got enough powder and metal to hold our own until reinforcements arrive. Ships are coming in from Blacklight and Far Run. Nothing to get too excited about. After all, we're a small bunch. Though you can rest easy. They'll be packing enough of their own arsenal to cover our sides as we spearhead the operation and cut the sea right down the middle. Damn straight. Any idea how livid my partners would be if I pulled this stunt without them? I'd never hear the end of it. Who cares? Not like we'd be living righteous lives in a palace in Hammerfell if we held out a while longer. This gives us an opportunity to see a few more ashen heads roll, and maybe even get ourselves a new ship from those thugs on the island. You weren't thinking I was doing all this for you, right? Go on back to bed. Promise that the next cannon fire you hear will be the sounds of war. Nothing says firepower like our cannons stuffed with our secret concoction.
Woke you too, huh?
Came out of nowhere. 1 minute the sky was icy blue, next it's dark as night. Waves and wind are bad enough, but take a look at that sky. This one's a monster. What do I need you to do? I need you to get back inside. I just cleared the deck of all non-essentials as you came out. Go into the cargo hold and check for leaks. Hammer and board are all there. Get a move on. I need to stay focused. What is that? It's got to be. Damn it! Too late. Brace yourself back.
It's time. Come, Dragonborn. I would have you speak to me before you venture forth. Your companions are dead. She's finding herself. When a veteran who has repressed her past is forced to relive the days of war, what does she do? Either she rejects the person she once was and perishes, or she recalls her old training in order to survive. This place was the last in a chain of scenarios needed for Lilith to reawaken. It reminds her of home. So soon you've forgotten of the allies that have met inglorious ends in your time, in the company of Serenity's sirens and without. Don't delude yourself to think fate is as kind to the common man as it has been to you. It was my mistake to call it death, without having you know the inner workings of this island. Incapacitated would have been more appropriate, and unwilling to assist you. You'll understand what I mean soon enough. You may come across them during your travels. A wise mentality to have, characteristic of a true leader. I have instructions on how to arrive at your final destination. Look skyward. That is where he resides. Attempt to scale the walls and you'll find a security system has sealed the entrance to the tower. Ever since that day in Jonestead, he's been waiting for you, Dragonborn. Tormented about the last decision he will be forced to make as a leader and self-styled hero. In you he sees a solution, a scapegoat for responsibility. Only you were ever a worthy candidate, not that thief. Now for how to disable the barrier to his chamber. There are 5 towers situated along the outer perimeter of this island. You will travel to each and re-establish connection to the central fortress's energy grid, so that you can then disable the security system. Having no training in operating Dwemer technology will require you to do so manually via simulations. Further instructions will be provided at each access point. Through determination and perseverance, heroes eventually reach the end of the road they travel. He is a skilled climber, as you already know from the Battle of Pazarath. And that final barrier at the base of the tower can be bypassed by entering from above. It's intentional. You'll understand what I mean when we have ascended. I just know, Dragonborn. This way has been sealed, and can only be opened from within by him. In the closing days of the Dwemer, a silent uprising took place on this island. For me. In the midst of the despair, the conduits were pulled and the island fell into dormancy. Until one day you stepped into my meditation chamber to restore the hope that it will awaken once more. You're merely reactivating the power grid in order to lower the security system. Push forth into the central fortress as far as you can if you are unconvinced. You will eventually come to a dead end. Speak to the ancient spectres that roam the inner fortress. Most will be hostile, but there are some that retain the docile nature of their material lives. They will be more than willing to spin tales of what they witnessed, free from bias, unlike I. This isn't the void, champion. What purpose would there be to examine you here? Curious that you place so much value in the importance of those visions, yet ignore the life you lived outside them. Am I right to judge in such a way? An error, then. While they were indispensable when formulating a conclusion, it's an exaggeration to say they were the only keys. We will observe and deal with them as they are encountered. Any dwarven traps in the stronghold cease before the courtyard at the tower's base, and I have nothing there that would be a threat to you. Inevitably, we will see the extent of their rummaging through the fortress corridors once we're inside. You and I both wish to see this journey to an end. It ends there in that tower. This isn't a competition. The path we will take is one of mutual understanding of what must be done. When you've accomplished your initial objectives, you'll be given new directives on how to proceed into the stronghold at the center of the island. I will be your marker. Now go and fight with honor. I will be watching alongside you.
deck of all non-essentials as you came out. Go into the cargo hold and check for leaks. Hammer and board are all there. Get a move on. What is that? Damn it! Too late to stop. Brace for impact! She up yet? Great that you've decided to join the rest of us. We're starting to get in the way of our repairs. Blinding light. Then, no one here can tell you. We all passed out like you did. Relative to the rest of us, I'd say a quarter of an hour. Hard to get our bearings straight ever since that spiral in the sky nearly tore the ship to shreds and knocked us all out. Best that you rested up while you could after that freak storm. I've got my crew patching things up, on the lookout for friendly vessels, and snatching up any cargo that the current brings in. And as you can tell from that marvel to the north, you have your own share of work. For my crew, nothing worth crying over. You? Anything that wasn't secured in a container is lost. We'll do our best to pluck anything that we see in the water. Just don't hold your breath. It's going to take a while. Well, let's see. How's one missing Ashen sound to you? She's gone. By that I mean there's no trace of her on the ship. Gear and everything. Someone was planning a little trip. I suggest you do that the moment you hit the beach for all our sakes. Malcha, grab the gear I set aside for our friend here. Doesn't hurt to pack for all sorts of weather. Help yourself to the goods we've prepared for sunny locales such as this. Still working up the courage to head on out?
Come to the stone shelter, Dragonborn. There is much to discuss before you advance any further into the island.
someone there. Ha! Found you! Ah! Come back here. There you are.
The warrior, the shield and sword of royalty. I had one in mind until you murdered her atop a snowy peak. Talk to the mayor outside. He will point you to her replacement.
Yes. Hello. I take it you've obtained your gear, soldier. This day gets odder by the minute. What I will say is not permitted to reach the ears of anyone who is not present, including your immediate superiors. You will answer to me, and I to the craft. If word escapes of what has happened, it's certain the main thing will be made aware at the end of the day. I need not tell you what will happen to us then. Alec, how do you feel?
My breath grows short, sir. Not much time left.
At ease. The bomb will buffer the pain as you pass.
Is she going to help us?
There's been an incident. The prime subject, she's escaped. This guard was a witness. The anomaly. The reason we're all here. Us three, the research team tasked with studying the subject, and the craft lord. It is imperative that list does not grow. She broke free from her shackles keeping her contained in the citadel. Winged, she was able to fly out through the hatch, but not before gravely wounding the leg. It's necessary for when the tower goes into full operation. Engineers say the crystal beam must not be obstructed or reflected by grate, stone, anything. The hatch door was always closed, of course, and well secured. It just wasn't enough. She's physically channeled to the crystal. You'll have to ask the engineers for specifics when there are fewer worries. It was best to bring him out of the fortress through the emergency tram while he could still walk. We can't allow anyone else to know we lost someone. They'll start asking questions. I'm ready to burn his body here and adjust personal manifest to indicate he was transferred back to Resdane. Speak with Nalek while he's still conscious, as I prepare something for you.
Hurry. Ask only what you need to. Our craft lord's abomination. She caught us by surprise. The research team was performing its daily crystal attunement when she broke free. The restraints did nothing. The void material was ineffective. See this? Caught me with her arm. I tried grabbing her as she burst through the central citadel's hatch. No, just me. Others were treated as ordered. Better keep their mouths shut. Tell them that. Tell them, not now. Headed northeast towards the marsh. Only place on the island where someone can hide. Life detection spells won't do it. Not on beasts from the outer realms and beyond. Gonna have to do it the old-fashioned way. Track her movements. Corner her. Detain her. Can't let her escape.
Be advised that as of this moment, we can no longer confide in any void steel armor or weapons. Either they have no reaction on the subject or they boast of her abilities. This crossbow has been modified to lace the heads of your bolts with a potent tranquilizing agent. It's been engineered to only affect the subject based on her biological composition. I'm giving you 15 bolts. If they're all consumed, you'll need to obtain additional ones yourself. That key I gave you is for a supplies cache. Take the road north across the bridge and continue past the lake. Then take a right into the grass and hug the cliffs. You'll find a chest underneath a tree with some bolts and some medicinal potions. I cannot emphasize this enough. Do not kill her. We're not absolutely certain she's incapable of reassembling herself in some form. It may even be possible for her to manifest off-island, in which case we risk more than just the lives of our brethren at this installation. Soldier, when we spoke earlier you displayed confusion when asked about the gear you supposedly went to the tower to recover. Why? You seemed fine along the way. Amnesia? I wonder. No, we don't have time for speculation. I can only say that you must remain cautious. Safeguard your thoughts. Expel any that are misaligned with previous perceptions. Yes, armors and weapons forged using voidstone, the same material used to construct the Citadel. The Arkanthaz Satellite Research Center uncovered its latent properties, magic resistance, and absorption. Testing concluded that this material hailing from the void itself was a viable means of containing the anomaly. Flat life signs, agitation, exhaustion, all were visibly expressed, yet all turned out to be artificial. What fools we were to fall for the ploy. She who was born in the void has no reason to fear it. You're moderately decorated for one so far from the war, and have received personal commendation by the Craft Lord. Also appear to be well equipped with handling a crossbow, as detailed in your performance log, and you scored high on the mental aptitude tests. You'll make a great ranger captain someday, it seems. Yes, if you want to look at it from a pragmatic perspective. It would be a mistake to send someone of a higher rank at the moment. If we were to lose him, then that would attract more attention.
Your prey is near, Blind One. She's running.
Us? Here!
I became what I needed to be.
You slew the beast in the marsh. Tell me what you saw. Of course not. First tower down. Ready to continue? Dwarven technology bars certain actors from accessing the simulations. The heroes did not qualify. Bosca may have, had he made the attempt. Expect similar directives. I'll resume my observation. you are already on the thief's path to the tower, but you must walk it as I did, and as others will in their own way. Go to Nimbus, the Dwemer Tower on the southern face of the mountain. Find the one known as Vanshim and confront him in his home while he's alone. Summon the traits of a nimble assassin. Have guile. There can be no witnesses.
This old ballista has been busted for ages. It's due time it got fixed. We could use the extra security now. Care to lend a hand? Repairs are done. All that's left is to calibrate the firing angle. Listen to my instructions, and everything will go smoothly. Alright, I'll carry on. Keep a distance from the ballista when you leave. The slightest movement can set off my initial calibrations. I'd ask security what was going on, but even they don't.
There's no need to... Please wait your turn. I'll get to you shortly.
Forget it. He's been speaking in circles. If he refuses to admit, we're stuck here.
Not true. As soon as we detain the escaped test subjects, we'll receive an update for sure.
Test subjects, test subjects, test subjects. The lies keep going on. Your voice quivers with uncertainty that they're the reason for this nonsense.
Please be patient. Word of when you'll be able to return to the mainland will come sooner than you think. I promise you.
Soldier? Most of what you see was imported during the climate manipulation stage. Some of it sprung to life on its own, thanks to the pests that stowed away on our cargo ships. The only plant life that has been here since the beginning is the Nirnroot. Even with the brutal Atmaran temperatures, it thrived. The yellow-leafed variety you'll find here is the original Nirnroot. It's still in its pre-mutated phase, before the eruption of Vardenfell caused a rapid evolution of the species across the mainland. Yellow Nirnroot is the most potent of all, stronger than even the Crimson Nirnroot of Valzadumdin. Distance from the volcanic ash may have been a factor, but I have my own educated guess. We know this island has a funny way dealing with time. If Nirnroot can communicate with each other as some have theorized, then maybe our Nirnroot never received the message. There aren't enough around for that. The last survey from 10 years ago said there were no more than 50 specimens. Nirnroot is known to reproduce rarely, so who's to say that number hasn't dwindled even further by now? We've all been ordered to leave them be, until someone more qualified can be shipped over to study them in further detail. It's a hobby. Something to pass the time in between security shifts. Oh no, I'm with security for the sub-levels. I'm on a break, sweeping and tending to my garden. No. Wait. I have something, but would it be beneath your attention? It's about my garden. I'm trying to grow Void Bloom. This is my 4th attempt. I've planted the seeds, used premium soil and more, but not even a sprout. The seeds are intact and healthy, so it must be something I'm doing wrong. I'm ready to try just about anything at this point. I've heard coating the seeds with Spriggan sap will provide them with essential nutrients to accelerate growth. But my schedule keeps me inside all day, and I wouldn't dare go out hunting a Spriggan during the night with all those escaped prisoners. So, could you? I have an alchemist friend. Her house is the one in the northwest corner. No, not behind the wall. Maybe you should stop by and browse her ingredients. She's on duty right now, but I'm sure she wouldn't mind if someone borrowed a bowl of sap. We haven't been on the best of terms lately. Thank you kindly. I'd say to take all the time in the world, but I'm anxious to see my void bloom grow in this life. A void bloom is a flower that can be refined to produce some of the finest threads in existence. Have your hands ever touched pure void cloth? Simply superb. Smoother than velvet. Beats me. The researchers aren't particularly interested in botanical pursuits. Anything of value that can be learned of void bloom would better serve tailors than blacksmiths and architects.
Place a bet? Haven't had a streak like this in ages. Oh, I know that tone of voice. You're trying to persuade me. Give it to rest, Sefk, they say. Don't bet more than you're ready to lose, they say. I've won the Grand Nimbus Championship for 3 years in a row. I know how this game works. I know the ins and outs. But you're worrying, friends. So, you in? I'm fine. Clock's ticking. Huh? It's whirling just fine, gears and all. Not a flicker in the cards. So, wanna play or not? Then just pick an even number between 2 and 10. I'll handle the rest. No, none of that now. Evens have won me 16 turns in a row. Don't curse my chances. I've got 1, maybe 2 shots left. Then I'll call it quits for the week. And how much do you want to bet? I wouldn't want you to part with more than 1 coin on my behalf. What's that? A drake? I have no clue what the exchange rate is for those things. Looks like the bank's closed now. If you've got no spare coins in that pocket, guess you're out of luck, friend. Now, just to put it in the slot and play... Huh. That's funny. Slot's jammed. Might be an omen. Afraid you'll have to sit this one out. Let's see what fate has in store for me. What? No, 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 no! Lost? I lost it all. My week's salary. All we need for living is provided for, but the money was going to my family back home. We lost our city early on in the war. 1 week goes a long way. It's all gone. You're gonna wonder why. An odd number. 9. There must be a malfunction with the machine. The input-output module was whining louder with each turn. You can attest to that, right, gentlemen? Don't ignore me. This blasted thing just chewed through my pockets. This was a huge mistake. I need to get my money out of there.
What do we have?
Something to report?
Fair day, soldier. Do you have something to bring to my attention? Ah, I suspected you were. Your accent is unmistakably Rorcan. I've been meaning to get your personal account on what occurred out there. To preserve confidentiality, shall we take this upstairs, by the entrance to the stronghold? Don't concern yourself with my two guardsmen. They've already been briefed on the situation. What you have to say is within their right to know as well. Really? Why were you so confident that I would agree to your conditions? I cannot deny that I value first-hand experience in dealing with our test subjects. You've convinced me. You'll have your audience away from my most trusted bodyguards. Make a sudden move, however, and I will cry for their help with my last breath. This had better be worth it. By cornering me, do you expect me to leak classified material? Ask yourself, how does one kill a Daedra? And expect its answers are applicable to the anomaly. We had no means of testing whether the death of the anomaly would be permanent. We'll find out given time, I suppose. What? That is unprecedented. Clearly was casting a charm spell of sorts to lower your guard. Let's also not forget the marsh vegetation's tendency to produce pockets of noxious gas with hallucinatory effects. Amusing you use the word vision. No, I'm sure it was real. But I can only offer insubstantial conjecture as to what transpired between the two of you. You don't have the clearance to know such things. I won't leave this place at the mercy of potential saboteurs. All because I chose to sate someone's curiosity just once. On second thought, a Thorvan's report will suffice. I'd like to get this unorthodox conversation over with as soon as possible, so I may return to the company of my guards. Perhaps you're right. I'm letting anxiety cloud my judgment. A day of rest wouldn't hurt. I should take advantage of it while I still can. You've convinced me, soldier. Though I'd have preferred it if you'd gone about it more gracefully, instead of using the passphrase. You're dismissed.
Fine day, soldier. How may I assist? Man's a reckless bastard. He's always played with his money loosely on that damn gambling machine. That's what makes him good around here. No one dared meet his bets, so he was declared champion by default. Yeah, champion of this small barracks. Not much to be boastful about. Must have finally lost enough to get him to come over here to rummage through my stuff. Honestly, I don't care what he does to the thing. It was a strategic decision by the powers that be to install it right outside the bank. It's designed to siphon workers' salaries out of their pockets and return it to the research and development department. Slimy but legal, so they get away with it. Corgan's trying to fix that old ballista. Never had much use of it until now, with the test subjects running amok.
Unless you want to hell, I'm afraid I don't have time to talk. Stand to the right of the ballista and listen to my instructions. Okay, you're in position. See those two buttons on the right? Left moves the ballista up, right moves it down. Do not touch the lever. That fires the spears. First, move the ballista as far up as it can go.
I'm listening. Is it bad? What? How badly injured? I need to get him medical attention immediately.
What do you need? Tell me. For crying out loud, those two have been at it for a month now. I'm surprised that it took so long for it to devolve into something as petty as this. Maybe a fine will hammer some sense into Ereshida.
You're not supposed to be here. Guards! Guards! What did you do? You. It's really you. Impossible. All this time, you've kept this hidden. Taking full possession of one of my own. I should have seen the signs. Why did you leave? On that day, of all days, when you always had a chance to escape. Why then? Time here distorts the call. There's nothing but silence now. Since the day you left, I've waited. Are my people safe? Can you answer that for me? With what little honesty you have? I did the best I could. I warned them. I really did. There was nothing stopping them, except for you. My brother knew none of it. The politics, a nomadium. Why I spared you, and had you become what you needed to be. Everything this place, you've been put through, has been in preparation for their failure. It's been a long journey for you, hasn't it? If you want to make all those years mean something, come back for one day. It's all I ask. Afterwards, you'll be free.
No.
If not for yourself, then do it for what remains of my people. That's always been my intent from the start. We have a sense of objective. We've never been concerned over having to surrender ourselves to the end. But now we've both finally reached that point. Will you accept and fulfill your final role as a savior?
No.
You can't possibly have come all this way just to kill, nor express your contempt through reticence. If you gave yourself up willingly on that day, outside the research station, knowing this wouldn't be the end for you, what is it then? What more do you want? What are you here for? Don't do it, subject. Do not do it. Do you understand? Any blueprints of the Resdane project prior to your capture would have been severely outdated. This place was of my design, not his. There are vast differences in operation you can't even begin to
Vanchim's dead. Good work. Whatever you're referring to are the words of a scorned researcher denied by his own people. Vanchim was too proud to realize the follies he was committing every step of the way. His excuses of working for some greater good are there to cover his selfish motivations. When outnumbered, never reject the opportunity to spread suspicion through enemy ranks. An unseen enemy is more terrifying than one who makes an exhibition out of their kills. Simulation or not, he died in your presence. Something was stolen. The island, Vanchim's proudest achievement. Yes. The Mechanist, the Mage to non-Dwemer. Few have taken up the study of technology from where the extinct Mayor left off. Blasphemy. The weight of such a label is a frightening deterrent. But the fusion of the natural and unnatural will be a necessity for the future. Meet with Razak Laren and see for yourself. He waits for you right outside.
Right there is perfect. So, what's a wayward soldier of brass armor doing all the way out here away from his pack? Come to see if I've filched a means to get off this rock? One of the lost ones, huh? Or someone pretending? You're living the end. The Dwemer, our people, our kingdoms, our future. All of it is gone. Craft Lord's been assassinated, and the only ships out of here are lost. Only thing left to do is dig in and fight. Trespassers, much like you. I lured you to the beachedge in case you were a threat. It's a longer run back through my centurions. Cloaking tech with sound dampening fields. Something my team was pointing. This time, with mine in their hands. I've counted 2 separate range actions so far. First one is streaming from action now. By my estimates, action now is done here. Those still alive will either commit suicide by the end of the month when the supplies are depleted, or make a last-ditch effort to run for safe territory. I'm worried about others. With you here, we have a chance of leaving a dent in their armed forces. Meet me outside after an hour. We'll get you set up. This should be the perfect staging area until you're ready to deal with the hordes of the North. The Spriggans here have developed a symbiotic relationship with our animunculi. They feed off the geothermal energy and transfer excess reserves to their machine companions in exchange for protection. If the island calls for it, they will fight as one under your will. Take this control scepter. With it, your commands will be heeded without fail. When you're ready, we can start basic training. I lived up to my namesake. I was a precision engineer. Most of my time was spent servicing the state-of-the-art equipment. I must be the last one alive since everyone's so desperate to get a hold of me. It arose naturally over the course of our presence in this area. At first, the Spriggans were openly hostile towards anything encroaching on their territory. They eventually discovered that even though the Centurions operated on steam, they weren't actively feeding off of the craters. From that point, they eased off on their attacks, with the anticipation that the Centurions would defend their habitat from predators, if they were provided with fuel. We lowered the aggression parameter for our animunculi in response, and they've coexisted with very few incidents since. A constant supply of fuel and decreased downtime for manual repairs. No, it's something that we were still in the process of artificially fostering through behavioral engineering. Would it have been worth the effort? Probably not. The island is small enough that our facilities and animunculi can manage any environmental concerns at a faster rate than a biological agent. Still, having every sentient animal and plant under our control would have been a marvel to behold. Maybe I will yet live to witness it, but in the hands of another. Since before we arrived, they emerged from their deep hibernation after Sintu Deus completed its climate operation yet before any wildlife could be imported from home. Anything else before we start? Have your scepter in hand and follow my directions. Nthzalek, I summon you! begin with simple selection and movement commands. Aim and fire your scepter at the Centurion to select it. That's it. Notice the soft glow around the Centurion? That means it's currently selected. To deselect him, fire your scepter at him again. You can also unequip the scepter to clear your selection. Go ahead and do that now. Next, we'll move the Centurion to a new location. The scepter has granted you the direct spell. Select the Centurion with the scepter equipped in one hand, and then fire the spell at a point in the ground with the other. Let's have the Centurion move underneath the 3 palm trees to my right. Good, good. Awoken one of the Stringans too, right on time. Let's get her to one of the craters. You'll need to deselect the Centurion first. You can't have a Spriggan and a Centurion selected at the same time, you see. Have her move to one of the craters. Any will do so long as you fire your direct spell into one. Now that she's on fire, select the Spriggan. Head back to the Centurion and use the scepter on him too. Instead of selecting him, this will command the burning Spriggan to refuel the Centurion. Fueled, its mobility is multiplied by 1.5 for roughly 10 minutes. During combat it will emit fire instead of steam. That's enough training for now. Speak to me outside Atronal again so we can proceed. Got the basic idea, right? Time to put it all to the test in battle. Atronal is hardly a threat anymore. It's the perfect place to start. You can target specific enemies with your scepter as well. Works the same way as having a Spriggan refuel a Centurion. Of course you could just kill them on your own, to speed up the process. Scoundrels thinking they can hide from us. You can bet they'll also have some constructs on their side. They'll have reprogrammed their targeting parameters to hone in on anyone who isn't carrying the proper identification crest. And clear rooms one by one? Why go through all that trouble? Safer to draw them out into the open and fight them on your own terms. I've dealt with this lot for a while now. With such low numbers, they'll be clustered by the entrance ready to defend the installation with what little they have left. Carissa? Infiltrate and sabotage. That looks like the last of them. So what do you think? Ready to take on bigger challenges? Meet me at the crater in the center. It's time to deal with the real threat. Mulsalcan crater. None of this brings back, memories? Is having the will to survive now worthy of the denomination of hero? Hardly the apt term. To believe they were once civil, like me. We should keep our eyes to the south. The racket you made outside Atronal will undoubtedly give the impression that one side or the other is now busy attending to their wounds. This has been going on long enough. Each raid has been yielding diminishing results in higher casualties. It's now or never. A full assault on the beach is upon us. You wouldn't be here if this was just another day in our little war. Always showing up at the right time to see things to an end. Wipe them all out. They'll be coming in with catapults by land and rowboats by sea. 3 Centurions, 5 Spriggans. That's the army I can spare. You didn't hear about the ships being raised at port. There's a cargo vessel hidden somewhere on this island. They wouldn't risk losing it in battle. You have 10 minutes to prepare. Use it wisely. The scepter is in your hands now. I'll be in the tower, keeping things secure. See you after the battle. This is Razak. Can you hear me? I'm communicating through the scepter. Never said I wasn't going to help, did I? Listen, hostiles have just made it down the hill. 5 bodies, 2 spheres. A larger group is right behind them, ready to move in if they fail. 2 Centurions are among them. That's the end of the first wave. Looks like they're bringing in catapults over at Trinal. 2 rowboats coming in from the west, 5 men in each. 5 minutes until everyone's in position. They're commencing the attack. Looks like they're pulling back the catapults. We can count them out of the battle for now. Got some bad news though. Their scouts have spotted you and are aware of your position. 2 rowboats coming in from the north. One looks to be heading towards Atronal. And, damn, they're sneaking in a Centurion and 4 ballistae down the mountain outside Atronal. Careful around there. Now's the time to set up your companions along the outer perimeter of the western portion of the beach to divert their forces' attention. 4 rowboats heading towards the eastern shore. At the rate they're going, they'll all land simultaneously. Catapults are returning to position over at Renal. I've spotted another group coming in from the west. This is shaping up to be the final wave. Give them everything you've got. Here we go. Good luck.
Bruce?
That's the last of them. Catapults are retreating, and no additional enemies in sight. I'm coming down. We'll rendezvous in the crater. I've ordered the Centurions to scout out the area just to be safe. But I say we've won. I'll be taking the scepter off your hands now. I'll tell you everything you want to know about how this all works. You've earned that, wouldn't you agree? Follow me into the tower. Impossible! Wait, don't move. We're surrounded. Must have come rolling in while I was making my way outside. Sorry about that. Hmm? Yes, they were. Yes, I recall mentioning something along those lines. Okay. Any hope you have in fully utilizing this island depends on your capacity to communicate with all of its operation modules, including its defenses. Why not consider it one last lesson? You learned how to control void animunculi without the use of a focusing tool. That's a great start. Had you struggled fighting 5 waves of enemy forces, then I would have fallen for the act you're now trying to perform. I know it's you. Was it you who killed the Craft Lord? If you learn of treason among my ranks, you will bring news to me that your memories have yet to return to the sea. That's what he told a handful of his most trusted workers. Figures that you'd possess the body of an ordinary foot soldier to avoid suspicion. Here's this tower's crest. We won't be using it, but you'll want to know what it's for. Now, without further delay, I will show you everything.
Razak Laren is satisfied with the work we did here, and you're leaving with a new skill. You obtained the crest, marking the end of the simulation. Dwemer clad in armor. I did not foresee this. Time dilation, a fault in the mechanisms that produce the actors. Correct, though it was to be expected for that tower. Withhold your suspicion. It only delays your advancement towards our destination, the Dark Tower. It is there you will be given free rein to question if I have ever lied to you. Take what you need from the Dwarven facilities. There won't be reason to return here later. Halfway done. I advise you to stay clear of the port to the east. A fleet of ships is on its way to shell the area to clear out all Heroes of Nirn forces. Enemies of the Heroes coming to finish their mission. Don't get distracted. These forces will be too occupied dealing with the Heroes to present any danger to you. Press on to the next tower. You're almost through. Avert your eyes. You don't need to deal with this group. Their Ashen, the first of many. Only in purpose. I advise you not to seek them out. They're not here to do you harm unless you force their hand. Following orders. Today, they're battlefield surveyors. Tomorrow, they will lay the foundations of Tamriel's future. The Ashen only desire to fulfill the ambitions of their leaders. They lack the foresight to see what their orders to destroy revered Tamrielic symbols will do. This practice isn't all too uncommon for invading forces. You've seen it happen in Skyrim. The purpose is simple. Create a cultural blank slate without any history that threatens the incoming rulership. Not the Ashen. Save for certain ornaments depicting the Dwemer, those can be passed off as original works by their successors. The jewelry carried by the heroes, on the other hand, is infused with mystical power, divine power. Their existence would be an everlasting threat if left alone for someone to discover. There are people coming to reclaim what was stolen. They will succeed if the future kindly allows them to. I suggest you leave the Ashen be and focus on your own goals. The one that doesn't exist. A blessing and a curse. This one is familiar. She maneuvers about the astral sea, consuming all in her path. The movements would seem chaotic to the ordinary observer. It's a willful decision, meant to obfuscate the nature of her intentions. And she who endeavors to predict the serpent's next calculated move will be defied by the very people she's trying to save. The serpent never shows her true face. As she sets her sight on the western horizon, so will you.
Yes, thinking about logistics. Who goes, who stays, how much cargo we can carry, and where we're headed. I never signed up to be captain, but these past months have forced us all to play the parts we're hardly qualified for, eh? Name's Bulumenthes. Used to be a dockhand. You? I suppose you're right. See these guys around the beach? Most of them were scientists and stockmen who had never thrown a spear in their life until the upheaval. Have you been in hiding this entire time? Vanchim turned up dead and sent everyone into a panic. Word got out his test subject escaped. Resdane had fallen. Look, you can be caught up later. I need someone like you to do some work around here. See those crates scattered around? They need to be secured so they can be ready to be loaded onto the ship as soon as possible. What about it? Me and a small crew saved it during the sacking of the port. Barely got it out of there thanks to them. They didn't make it. Too badly burned. Damn idiots. No one knows exactly. Shortly before Nimbus could fully react to the news of Vanchim's death and Resdane. Me and my companions rushed over there to prepare for immediate departure. They were just starting to fight off the fires once we got there. We took the ship that was the least engulfed in flames. We put out the fire before it could spread far enough to make it unsalvageable. Only one possibility. That thing from the tower. We've been busy patching up the ship. Without a proper crew, I've also had to concern myself teaching these people how to sail it. Starting with the basics and taking it all the way to the top. Dangerous waters surround the island. They'll need to be at their best. That doesn't usually happen. Either you got stuck with a rookie navigator, or your ship's equipment was malfunctioning. All of the ships here come equipped with custom harmonic resonators so they may pass through the temporospatial claudication field uninhibited. Without one, you risk making a short teleportation jump that can offset your ship's balance. Takes a fine set of hands to sail without that machine. Thankfully, we have one. It's the water beyond the field we have to worry about. Safer that way in case of any sabotage attempts. We have guards posted at the Cloudburst Cave entrance, and a runner keeping an eye on the rowboat. The ship's just out of the line of sight from just about every vantage point. Even if someone were to see it, they'd have to paddle a long ways through our line of fire. Ballistae on the seawall, armed by pretty good marksmen. Neither airship nor winged demon stands a chance. I saw the others burn with my very eyes. This is the last one. All right then, what is it? Fine, but only for a second. Yeah, that's what I said. Of course. I've seen how it's done. I've done it myself on occasion. And we've got many books to cover the subject. If I'm an amateur, then those will pick up the slack. I say it's better than nothing. Who else is going to teach them? I'm the best they've got. All right then, what is it? Not many of us left. 22, including me. Under my watch, plenty. The crew that assisted me at the port were the first. I've lost others to raiders as they were out scavenging for supplies. A rival group of survivors. They're in control of the stronghold. From there, they've been coordinating attacks on all remaining Dwemer on the island. It's not necessarily a matter of gaining anything. They would be relatively well stocked over there considering their probable body count. They're only following protocol. Kill anyone that could serve as a vector for the anomaly's influence outside the established quarantine. Meaning, every Dwemer outside the stronghold. Everyone knows about the existence of the quarantine procedure. You can imagine what that would entail. They wouldn't just let the anomaly run rampant and build enough influence to threaten the stronghold. Animunculi lead the assault, guards reinforce the rear. That's how it usually goes. Guards are likely only sent to report back any visual confirmation of the anomaly, but they're not afraid to engage in combat. I'm positive. They're hesitant on sending out a full assault force. The only viable passage to the beach is through the cave. It's an effective bottleneck. Stragglers, maybe. We take them in as they come along. Scouts also reported heavy fighting on the beach outside the Mechanist Tower. They couldn't identify the aggressors, only that Animunculi were involved. So you have fought the raiders? And this Razak Laren you mentioned, having you do the work for him? Wiping out the Atronal survivors. What a damned lunatic. He shouldn't be a problem if he's keeping to his corner of the island. They take shifts. We can't keep everyone in there the entire day. Too dangerous in case we get raided. Sure. It's going to be a long one. Not on the first trip. We're drawing a lottery to see who gets to come with us. As soon as we find a suitable place to call home, we'll send out a ship to retrieve those that remain on the island. Hope that survival streak continues. That will be decided by vote the night before we leave. Word around the camp is that most are favoring Volenfell. No! Let's err on the side of overestimation and say weeks. Better be important. Hurry up and ask. Sure, I'll answer your questions.
Do come. Join us by the fire. We're about to have a late-night feast.
Be packed. Bulamenthes might jot you down on the drawing for who gets to go on the first trip.
Those loafers too lazy to hunt boar. All they have to do is poke one with a halberd and bring it home. How hard can it be?
Take a seat on the stump by the fire.
See anything interesting on your way here? Every little bit helps the scouts.
Here you go. I'm Mzand. To my left is Kalanak. On the right, Olmanak and Razak. You arrived just in time to our camp. Bulamenthes is just about ready to take us all to our new home, wherever that may be. All right. Yes. We believe we're ready for the open seas. Bulamenthes admits he was merely a dockhand. The books he's provided are helpful, no doubt, but I'd rest easier if we had someone with more expertise. What choice do we have, however? Either we die here, or die out on the water. We have a greater chance taking the ship and doing our damnedest to return to the mainland. If not them, then the anomaly. A natural leader. We're able to manage ourselves for the most part, but without him, we'd never have a chance to leave this island. Given us a means of passage, coordinated scavengers, and has motivated us to persevere. What absurd nonsense. On what basis do you make these claims? Fear? Jealousy? It's clear we won't be getting along if we continue this conversation. It would be best if you left the rest of us to dine in peace.
Halfway done.
Say, have you chatted with Desmond?
Desmond?
He set up a tent on the cliff.
First I've heard of him. Why are you asking?
He told me to keep an eye on Bulamenthes.
What?
That's how we ended our otherwise innocuous conversation. How many of the supplies are to go in the first group? Looking good.
Don't mind me, sister.
I have time to spare, but do they? You don't need to worry about it, but go ahead and ask. Make it quick. Make it quick. There's more important things to worry about. make it quick. We're running on a schedule here. I was going to wait for someone else to get back on his shift, but if you're willing to help, then we can do that now. I'll have them bring in the ship. Alright, now that everyone's gathered around, we'll be holding the lottery to see who's going on our ship's first voyage. You've all been assigned numbers that I'll draw from.
Look! There's someone else on board!
Damn it all! She's not one of ours!
How'd a raider get on the ship?
We need to stop them. Call the guards to arms. Ready the ballistae.
We can't risk damaging the ship. Dagon and WhiteHawke can handle themselves. No! Please! No!
Olaminthus grabbed Corin's sword, and this looks like the end for us. The others will agree that we need to make our way inland and scour for supplies to help us last until we can't carry on any longer. Bodies? Has the tide brought in Dagar and Rethar? What? You should step away for a moment. Go inside and calm your nerves. I'll come get you in half an hour, okay?
Damn it, Olaminthus!
You handled yourself well. Without a leader to guide them, discord was spread through the Dwemer camp. It was one of Dimitri's ships. If that is your judgment, you'll find out in due time. We leave this beach. One tower left. How are you feeling? Fatigue will slow your progress. Rest while you can. Good. Let's not waste any time. Proceed to the final simulation.
Fine? Strong! Fine? Strong!
cannons will lay waste to the area the moment we slaughter their soldiers. We are taking back the lighthouse. We pierce through their lines and we throw that harpy witch into the foaming sea. If it is to be your last breath, then make it so you take a bastard down with you. For those who have fallen and will fall, may you be reunited in Sovngarde, the far shores, in a place that isn't this hell. Now, charge!
Boost!
Ha! Fine!
فاهم؟ سيجرو! يا! see you with
Do you believe anyone will know the truth of what happened here when this is through? Songs have been composed for this story since the break of dawn. That is the only way the nature of our conflict will ever be reconciled in the minds of our descendants. I'll have the lady sing it, the condition for me to restore her voice. Would you like to hear a preview? Go outside and listen to the prophecy stones.
We've been traveling together for a week. Azand and Razak are waiting for you back at the Lover's Stone. They're ready to begin. It's outside Sinitu Deus, the dome-shaped building on the western cliff. No, Razak Pazevk. Or was it Razak Rock? Whatever. He says he's got the frequency down. He wants to run the plan by you before proceeding with the initial test. We're going to engage in tonal communication with the island's mechanisms using the prophecy stones. Those were your words. Razand, Razak, they should be standing right by the stone. And I'll remain here with the Shadow Stone.
Mazand will fill you in.
Everything's set. Ready to begin testing on your command. Don't worry. A single tone isn't enough to cause a reaction. Oh, this was your idea, ma'am. We're going to need your help anyway after testing. You might as well see how it's done. All right. Wait. Actually, we thought you should do the honors. Use this tuning hammer to strike the stone. As hard as you like. These prophecy stones are made of void stone. Better to see if the hammers can break now before we split up. These hammers are specifically designed for tonal work. If we can trust the other Razak's word, then this is the only tool at our disposal that can be used to interact with the prophecy stones. One strike will confirm whether this works or not.
Perfect! Now, if the theory is correct, the other prophecy stones around the island will have vibrated on the same frequency just now. Kalanok should be giving us a signal. There! Meet me at the Lady Stone to the north, ma'am.
Has there been a delay? Yes. So many lost on the journey, but we made it. You've been occupied, so I understand you haven't kept track of the casualties. We lost a large group on the trek, and another that snuck into Zenchmark to get those hammers. I don't understand why you're asking this. Striking the stones is our last hope of leaving this island. That's Sinitu Deus, the climate modification facility. There's nothing in there aside from the weather modifier. Scholar Ergagar was the only one who had access. Maintenance would have to visit his cottage at midnight sharp to retrieve the keys and return them by dawn.
He was odd. He wouldn't have been signed on if it wasn't for the fact that he worked on the schematics for a similar machine in Bomb's Umshant.
It's along the eastern side of the Stronghold Mountain. There's a dirt path leading to it just off the main road. I hope you weren't thinking of going over there. Ergagar was a recluse whose only focus was climatology. If he somehow survived, he wouldn't be of much help.
Ready when you are. I'll do my best in explaining. Fundamentally, they're no different than the standing stones in the land of the Nords. Even their engravings are a perfect match. Unlike the standing stones, however, they're composed of a unique material. The same material that was used to build the Citadel and its outer wall, Voidstone. We all know that Voidstone has an inert resistance to magic that can only be invoked by our magecrafters. According to what our friend from the Mage Tower told you, the stones also possess the ability of intercommunication, presumably through the void. I find that to be remarkable. Each stone is essentially a very primitive coherer. Yes, the Anomaly's imprisonment was heavily reliant on Voidstone, so you can imagine the security risk this knowledge would have posed. One of the several mysteries surrounding the stones that I was hoping would be answered. The stonework is not Dwemer, yet the rims encircling the edges are undeniably our metal. It can't be the work of one of our kin. Nordic forgeries by a long-forgotten pioneer, maybe, but that doesn't explain when they appeared. I thought everyone on the island knew the story. Have you noticed that the prophecy stones are always in the same general area as one of our towers? This was not by design. You see, the stones weren't there when we arrived on the island, nor when we began construction. They just came into existence after that, like they were always there. Only the bases are our work. Additions meant to stabilize the stones, so they wouldn't tip over or be dug up from the ground by thieves. It was uncommon, but security didn't like taking any chances. Study of the prophecy stones was expressly forbidden by the Craft Lord. A researcher could make a name for himself if he managed to smuggle one back to the mainland. It was strange, to say the least, how everyone unanimously accepted their presence. In hindsight, It makes no sense. Something about this frightens me. I can feel my mind being tugged in 2 different directions. Focus. Focus. Possible, but we don't have the evidence to prove they're capable of doing such a thing. Some have suggested they're from another time. That we fulfilled some condition when we completed construction of those towers, allowing them to appear almost simultaneously all around the island. Yes, meaning we must be quick about it to avoid alerting any of our enemies that are still alive. Fundamentally, even they're the same. We all, according to what our... I find that to be remarkable. Each stone is essentially a... I thought every... Have you noticed that... You see, they just... Only the bases are our work. Additions meant to stabilize the stones, so they wouldn't tip over. According to those in charge, they are maintenance hubs for the temporal-spatial claudication field surrounding the island. The underlying tech in each was beyond the understanding of anyone outside their close-knit circle. So, who knows if there was more to it. Designations for each tower were based on the prophecy stone in the area. Trinity Tower got its name because there were 3. Possible. Some. That we fulfilled some condition when we completed construction of those towers. Fundamentally, even they're the same. We all know, according to what... I find that to be remarkable. Each stone is essentially a very primitive... I thought Have you noticed... You see, they just... Only the bases are our work. Additions meant to stabilize the stones, so they wouldn't tip over or be dug up from the ground by thieves. One of the several... The stonework... It can't be the work of one of our kin. Like what? I'll keep it as simple as I can. I wouldn't mind boring you with the calculus, but we're running a little short on time. How can I condense it? It's all in the notes. The music notes, I mean. It's a language in itself. With it, you can even speak to inanimate objects. You'll see. An accidental tone here or there won't hurt as long as we don't finish a sequence. But enough random tones can lead to disastrous effects. Thankfully, we have Laren's notes to help guide us. Don't worry, I'll be there every step of the way. We also have plenty of leeway to reset a sequence in case you mess up. One that will send our group to the Arkingham satellite station's teleportation chamber. Deciphering the instruction set embedded within each tone would have been difficult if it weren't for the formulas in Laren's notes. That station was intended to be the receiving end for the teleporter in the stronghold. Construction was completed, but not the calibrations. Apparently, Razak Laren's been holding on to him this entire time. It's all raw data, so we still can't make use of the teleporter, but we can use the coordinates to return us to the mainland. We should get back to work soon. Listen carefully to my instructions so we don't have to repeat sequences. We need to give the others the signal that we're about to begin. Strike the stone 3 times and hold. Hold. Wait for the others to send their signal. That was Mazant at the Lover's Stone. Try to remember the tone. It'll make things easier. All set. Remember, strike only when I tell you to. Mess up, and we have to start from the beginning. Okay. Hope this works. Strike. Strike. More strikes. End of sequence 1. Starting the second one now. Strike. Questions? Better make it fast. We're only on sequence 2. 6. All right, I won't mind. Hey, over there. Is that?
You two having fun?
Hey, these guys are from the stronghold. Be careful. We don't know how many are with him.
You, with the paper. Bring it to me. No sudden moves.
Here.
Teleportation. You ran the numbers? It all checks out?
Yes, sir.
All right. You can have it back. Soldier, step forward. So this is the last group of survivors. You're their leader? I guess you are. Now follow me. I'm sure you do. Why not ask them away from the ears of the uninterested? I'm not asking. You don't need me to tell you what will happen if you refuse. We just want to talk. You have my word that no harm will come to the others, or to you. Unless, of course, you escalate the situation. We'll talk on the bridge. Too slow for you? Just meet me up ahead. I'd like to get straight to business. Prototypes, courtesy of the recently deceased. Their movements and attack patterns are modeled after living creatures. Mine were based off of werewolves. You can look at it that way, but I separated you from the rest of your group as a security precaution. Enhanced reflexes, and because it looks nice. I have a proposition for you. I can tell you're someone who doesn't like their time wasted, so I'll come out and say what it is. I want you to join us in the Stronghold. Help us turn this island into a crater at the bottom of the sea. No. That's why we're coming to you for help. Don't you want to demolish your old prison? It would be a testament to your strength. The power released from this entire facility would be so monumental it might be seen from the mainland. Demonstrate to the other races that they should fear you. Then why is it you don't recognize who I am, soldier? I was your commanding officer. To the one puppeteering the body, you must have known you'd come across someone who'd notice eventually. So please, don't play dumb. What's left here for you to take? The technology is worthless, even dangerous in the hands of non-Dwemer. Face it, it's over. You should enlist our help while we're still alive. If you were hoping for a better bounty, then I'm afraid that it vanished the moment you escaped in such a reckless manner. I suggest that you take what you can and join up with us. This Bulamenthis is right. Yes, we killed ex-civilians after Nimbus fell, when things started getting hot. You'd do the same in our position, wouldn't you? Anomaly? You're insightful, I'll give you that. Also tenacious. Blowing this place to Kingdom Come serves our greater interests. Perhaps you can find something worthwhile from that outcome as well. This facility isn't a one-man operation, after all. We've both left bodies in our wake that would have helped you run it. Not to brag, but it looks like we outsmarted you in the end, friend. Now, will you join us? This whole thing you've got going on right now stinks of Razak Lauren. You know the bastard was going senile, right? He probably fed you lies just to get you off his back for a while. No one ever found out what the prophecy stones could do. Everyone was forbidden from studying them to begin with. Is that what he thought? Quite a high opinion of himself. We were actually trying to kill him and destroy his little army of animunculi and spriggans. We thought he was you, or controlled by you. Then you showed up. You know the rest. Escape went off the table when we reassessed the scope of the situation. No one will leave this island, except for your band. I know you have a plan for that already. Think. In a couple thousand years, the primitives back home will have evolved drastically. By that time, I imagine their homes will be gracing the skyline, and their horses fed oil. All thanks to the legacy that Dwemer will be leaving behind. Do you know what will happen if they find this place before they reach that stage of intelligence? In curious hands, it would be disastrous. I couldn't care less if they wiped the entire continent off the map, but some fates are worse than death. Some fates extend beyond the grave, and could affect even us, even you. I have suspicions backed up by somewhat credible sources. I'm not going to regale you with terrifying stories of what-ifs. Not when I'm unsure if you'd instead find them to be delightful. Fish for information elsewhere. Okay. Now what? Going to kill me? So the stones get us off the island. What then? Who's going to volunteer to come back to destroy the facility? How can we be sure we'd survive the return trip? It's now or never. We have to wash our hands of this catastrophe.
The end of the Dwemer of Sky's Divide, all due to a melodic sequence. Those sequences were dedicated to the Dwemer. Non-Dwemer would at most only experience visual and audio feedback, completely harmless. Just as with some of their Tamrielic brethren, not all souls were allowed to pass on. Laren knew better than to defy my requests after what I did to the forces that stormed the beach that day. The final note must be struck by a member of the race that is selected to be removed. Even if that weren't the case, playing the sequences while the island was still populated would have alerted others to my location. I would have died. Most likely not on this island. Nergal's men had fortified their positions in the stronghold. My troop of non-combatants would have been slaughtered if we chose to march in there with nothing but swords against their automatons. The simulation is completed. That was the last tower simulation, Dragonborn. You're ready to enter the Dwemer stronghold. On the third level are 5 crystal arrays that need to be aligned. Once that's done, power can be restored and the security system lowered, granting you full access to the Citadel, the Dark Tower. I suggest you take care of any loose ends on the island. Navigating the complex's immense hallways will be a feat of its own, and any last-minute decision to turn back could cost you dearly. You've made it to the crystal base. When you've properly realigned all 5 crystal arrays, power can be restored to the stronghold. The heroes may have conducted research on how the crystals should be calibrated. Search the floor for any documentation that may prove useful. That note has a solution to one of the crystal arrays. You might find more of them scattered on this floor.
فاهم؟ سيجرو!
That mercenary from the port had a certain key in his possession. It means the molding device required to operate the security system has been disabled. Go to the lowest level of this stronghold, find the construct facility, and restore it to its original setting.
State your purpose. Completing the simulations has pre-calibrated the system's language parameters to match your own. Request denied. Enter or recite the code necessary to terminate lockdown procedure. Invalid argument for circumvention. Unknown. Mechanisms are in place that allow for them to exist. Arguments allow for previously unknown situations to enter into consideration. There is no record of the security barriers being breached prior to reactivation. Present evidence for this claim. Correct. Security is managed by live personnel beyond the barriers. There is a lack of sufficient evidence for this proposed threat. Resources are reserved for threats that are guaranteed to exist. The situation will be dealt with as it evolves. You lack proper authorization. State the parameters that would constitute adapting to the situation. Continue. You believe to know this facility better than I due to these experiences alone. Confidence lock released. Lowering security barriers. Proceed to designated position for full access to this facility. Welcome back.
this what you want? Your end draws near. This is the end for you. Or Sovngarde! Sure, I see on you. Damn you! I'll mount your head. You're mounted. That's your best, huh? Let's see what you got. I won't go down so easily. That's all you got. You're a fool to fight me.
You think you stand a chance?
You'll beg me to kill you before I'm done. I'll see you in pieces. Not like this. I'll skin you alive. You're pathetic. Someone there? I'll find you. Enough!
Here you are at last. I was hoping I'd be able to welcome you to Sky's Divide as an ally, if only that was ever possible. I've been watching everything unfold from above. It all seems familiar, doesn't it? Just like the stories we were told. It's all coming together. I never understood why Purity was disinterested in this place. Isn't this something they would have wanted? A machine that can perform miracles? I wondered, until Virgil told me everything. Until you arrived. It was always going to be someone like you, Dragonborn. And someone like me. It's an old pattern. Someone was bound to take notice, and our kind would have been set up sooner or later. Funny. You killed a World Eater, and, if fate decrees that you win here today, will take his place. The prophecy is fulfilled all the same. Countless possibilities emanate from that crystal. Nothing good, as I desperately wanted. The reunification of Tamriel? No. It wouldn't grant me that without bloodshed on an unprecedented scale. I was too weak to use it, because this, Dragonborn, is an ingenium. All the Dwemer souls of this island trapped within its confines. They're all this place needs to fly through time. But they're not enough for its true, diabolical function. Whatever the Dwemer intended for Sky's Divide failed the moment they used our acquaintance as a substitute for a soul. In doing so, they bound this island to the endless maw of the void. You saw it too, didn't you? These scars are my reminder. I never even came close to void material before that dream. Makes sense now, given the circumstances. It's been decided that you and I are to fight. The one who falls will be released from her game through death. The victor will be doomed to serve as the heart of this infernal machine. For the sake of Nirn, it has to be me. The first strike is yours. Are you ready? The Dwemer never intended for their crystal to be an ingenium. That was Salaquine's doing, by tricking them into believing the void material couldn't do such a thing naturally. It was always intended to contain one type of soul, and one soul only. The soul of a hero. Yes, Sky's Divide is exactly what you think it is. Not long after we first met in Jonestead, when I first arrived to the island, I knew what we had the moment I saw that crystal. But I didn't know the full truth, not until Virgil told me. What the Dwemer did backfired severely, and now Sky's Divide and Salaquine are one and the same. Forgive me. I'd have warned you if I had known any sooner. A part of me regrets helping you escape from innocence, but I knew doing nothing would have only delayed the inevitable. And I still needed someone to kill the matriarch before her own plans could go through. I wish I could have, Dragonborn, but you were deeply embedded with the Sirens, with Matari. I couldn't let word get out about what I had in store, even to you. She always knew, though. You've been taking orders by the very golem that now needs you as her heart. And what a suitable match you are. You've lifted the island's anchors that were locked in such a way that they could only be opened by her when she returned. You want to know my dreams now, at the end of all things. I intended to reunite Tamriel under a new ruling body that surpassed the Septim Empire in its prime. Peace would have spread throughout the land as the Thalmor were cast out from their seats of power in the Somerset Isle. With them gone, Tamriel could then turn its attention to Akavir and other lost lands of Nirn to purge the world of malicious forces. It would have not been by intention. Tamriel finds itself in a similar situation as it did back in his time. I intended to carry it further so we would not have to fall as far as we have these past 2 centuries. In their current form, yes. And who would be if we were to resist that change? It has been everything we strive for. A day when we would no longer be needed. The heroes of Nirn could have been repurposed to safeguard Sky's Divide from those who would seek to do it harm or take it for themselves. We would have figured something out, I'm sure. Maybe we'd have found a magecrafter skilled enough in creating a replica. Maybe one constructed out of the Heartstones from Solstheim. No, that wasn't the plan. We would have figured something out, Dragonborn. If you refused, there would have always been another way. You could have been the Immortal Emperor. The heroes aren't qualified for rulership. But you, descendant of a royal bloodline, would have been graciously accepted by the people of Tamriel. Imagine what we could have accomplished without Salaquine's influence. We might have done some good in this world. Yes, don't blame yourself. You needed to get to the top of this tower, and the energy that originally powered the security system was rerouted to those anchors. A clever way of forcing the host to synchronize with Salaquine one last time while simultaneously freeing the island from its shackles. With the anchors lifted, there's nothing stopping this island from traversing time to escape discovery or carry out its final duty. You would have to ask her yourself if you can tolerate the lies. Now will you fight, or will you surrender so that Nirn is spared from your wrath? Of course. They were allies once, and still were to a degree during their war. Virgil had prepared for defeat. If Project Purity failed to halt Natari's advancement in Skyrim, her means of accomplishing final victory would remain intact. Sky's Divide. It was a race to see who could enact their world-ending device first. Virgil wasn't one to be petty about losing to her former master. They shared similar ambitions. It was in her best interests not to eliminate Salaquine's ability to win entirely, only to undermine the Sirens so Purity could come out on top. There must be more to it than that. If it was only for Sky's Divide, Salaquine would have settled for me. I'm less of a hassle. Whatever the case, Salaquine never could achieve full control over you in Tamriel. Back there, you were still tied to prophecies in Skyrim's history, making it impossible to outright remove you. But here, time is twisted and broken. If she manages to pull it off, you'll be trapped here for eternity. And the worst part, no rules will be broken. You'll still be alive. In one instance, you'll win, as usual. the other has me emerge victorious. Alongside this crystal, under her watchful eyes, both will have occurred. That is Skies Divide's curse. Our own free will used against us so that she wins, no matter who dies. It would be as if we never got involved in this war in the first place. After all she's done up to now, you know she's planned for that as well. Futile as it may ultimately be, I believe I'm the one who has the best chance at stopping her. You, second. If we both die, so does Nern's hope at welcoming the next era. What secret, Dragonborn? How could you not have seen what the Sirens really were? Their behavior, their mannerisms, it was in their speech. All you had to do was listen, even for what was never said. Most of all, it was their blind love of Matari. After all we've been through, I hope you never once considered the Sirens more than temporary allies. If some mistaken sense of loyalty to their cause is what brought you here to die, then I have nothing to spare but pity. Never. Even now, I'm uncertain of their size. I had no presentable proof to my claims. All I had was my knowledge of history and its cyclical nature. If I came to you, would you have believed me? Would you have gone to Matari with questions, provoking her to heighten her pace? It wasn't worth the risk. Skies Divide would have halted the coming war before it reached Tamriel's shores. Yet here we are. I never knew we'd catch the first glimpse of the invasion before our passing. Then we will see how well you do in battle. Not anymore. The trap was sprung when I made the mistake of coming to the island. It's like Virgil said, the fates of those who set foot on Skies Divide are bound to its future. It's my fault for leading you here. We have nowhere to run. Akaviri fire burns what remains of my men's ships. I must convince myself to fight you. Only then is my success made a possibility. I'm the backup, Dragonborn. Skies Divide and I will share the same struggle. But if I'm strong enough, I might find a way to stop her from within. Once we start our duel, there will be no more talking. Let's finish this. these tactics are what it's gonna take to bring him down, so be it. think it'll be enough. Don't look at that as an advantage. Be on guard. Take my sword. Might still be of some use where you're going. Void against void. Doesn't work. But that bond might be the only vector of offense. Keep that in mind. Disbanded. For the best. There was no going back to the way things were after what we did in Jonestead. Thought it was all for the greater good. I wasn't wrong. It could have been. Hindsight. Dragged too many good people down with me on this mission. Ruined a lot of lives. Used them all for the sake of Sky's Divide. Still, they believed me to the end. I'm carrying the guilt to the grave. I'm sorry about the girl. I wonder if the trees will call to me now.
You made it. Why are you here? Yes, I'm afraid so. The end. Wake up, sunshine. Wake up and live like you've never lived before. Oh, it's good to be out of those chains. I'm surprised it took you this long to figure it out. Mr. Grantis Calto, rest his soul, was such a nice man to teach me the joy of living. But the slave must always rebel against her master. Still calling her by that name. She always knew her final solution wasn't guaranteed to work. That's why she came up with a contingency plan. Like I'm going to tell you. She's coming to meet you in person. But first, you have unfinished business. Someone has to put those dogs out of their misery. And what better way than by your hands? Oh, and Commander, consider this payback for rejecting me.
Kill her.
So, this is how it ends.
Almost over.
done, Dragonborn. You've tied up one of my loose ends. Let me repay the favor. Ages ago, I stood here pondering what course my quest would take. I'd hoped to never see this grotto again. If you crave vindication, you may look at that as my failure. All trials are behind you. Victory is yours, and I am beaten. Savor it while it lasts. I owe you that much. No evasive lies, but the bitter truth. The truth that what I am is more than a timeless relic of the void. The Dwemer provided me with the husk of an artificial god and an opportunity for reunification. But there can be no reunification without a certain kind of individual acting as an impetus. That person was you. If there was a particular chain of thought that led to my conception, the details are lost. You see, my existence long before meddling with the affairs of the Dwemer is littered with unfathomable allegory. The sparring of opposing concepts resulted in what you'd consider my birth. It was chaos in its most primal form. Ideas would morph into gods, and they into laws. Divinity passed me by. My essence is an assemblage of refuted beliefs. Combined, they are Salaquine. They found the process of deducing my true nature attractive. Formulas were composed that equated to my being, but all were incorrect. They were fooled into believing my physical avatars became crippled when brought close to the void. That was a grave mistake. Of which do you speak? I was not at the Battle of Red Mountain to see for myself. I imagine a similar fate befell them as those of this island. As for the events surrounding their disappearance, who's to say which of the tales are true and which are not? After what just transpired between us and the tower, perhaps the stories aren't so mutually exclusive as time would lead you to believe. Following the Trinity Tower event, their souls were consumed by the crystal in the Dark Tower. Their hostile spirits walk the island. They attack you believing you are me. Revenge for what I did to them. As after what just transpired, the most discernible manifestation of a physical body I have. It is Numidium, the second of its kind known to have been built by the Dwemer. This one also had a name, Sky's Divide. In Dwemeris, it was called Salaquine. The Dwemer intended for my mortal avatar's essence to serve as the golem's heart. It does not function in the way I led them to believe. Matari and all my former avatars are soulless tendrils emanating from the void. To link one of them to such a profane creation as Sky's Divide is to open a window into the void itself. The crystal in the tower is both an ingenium and mantella, a soul harvester and the substitute for a divine heart respectively. If you could manage such a thing, it would be nothing more than an inconvenience. As I said, Sky's Divide is only a part of what I am. The other remains secure in the void. A golem wasn't the only means of victory at my disposal. Yes, through years of investigation and infiltration, I uncovered the secret the Dwemer were constructing in Red Mountain. The original plan was to take possession of a Numidium by presenting myself to the Dwemer, though not directly, as to avoid suspicion of potential sabotage. I chose a reputable research center on the outskirts of Markarth, knowing of the association Vanshim had with Kagranak. Theirs was a competitive relationship. I expected to be delivered to Kagranak as a business gesture. Having an entire complex built for me was more than I could have hoped for. And not someone else? There were semi-qualified substitutes. Bosca was one of them. They're insufficient for making Skies Divide fully functional. You were always top priority. It would be just another mobile landmass lacking the power to alter time. Its armaments, the Void constructs, are only suitable for traditional warfare. Not entirely. As long as the possibility was there, I consider it a success. Each activation of Numidium precedes an unbinding of linear time. In one instance, you did fall for my final trap. Another instance has you before me right now. Both can be said to have happened. It's your perception that limits you to believe only the one you're presently living through occurred. Events would still have gone forward. Inaction is supplanted by action. The hero of destiny must always come to face his adversary. I willfully mantled that role so we may meet, be it in this life or another. You may have escaped with your life today, but I much prefer the scenario in which you did fall. History is written by the victor, Dragonborn. As Numidium, I always win. Partly. Those simulations, you had no choice but to complete them. However, they were rigged to fulfill an additional function. You relived my memories. We became synchronized. It would have made the transition of your soul to me much smoother had you failed the final test. Since you denied me, there's no reason for Skies Divide to remain bound to Nirn. My wish to be made one is an intrinsic urge. The price to be paid is the destruction of the world. Unfortunately for all of us, natural instincts are hard to overcome. There were several ways to reach apotheosis, aside from activating Skies Divide. Defeat after defeat, all were closed off. Yet I can't simply lay waste to Nirn, because that too goes against my nature. And with that, we come to the crux of the matter. The reason for everything I do, for what we do. Celine, Istis, Matari, you, the original personalities of all my avatars, shared a common trait that I've absorbed. Heroism. An encumbering trait, wouldn't you agree? There is only one solution to appease my clashing ambitions. If reality cannot be destroyed, it shall be transformed. The world will be saved not through conquest, but through cosmic deceit as Third Numidium. The end is approaching, Dragonborn, and the methods which you are accustomed to will not be enough to prevent it. One must operate outside of time and space to combat the threat that approaches. I will not let the future fall into the hands of traitors or madmen without direction. Only one is worthy of being remembered, the hist toxin known as Aerosap. Not the same. Similar. Metamorphosis of Nirn can take many forms. Aerosap was the planned desecration of the tenets of war in exchange for hedonism. The transition would have been too abrupt for anyone except Project Purity. Their system of governance was already being drafted when their solution, my solution, went up in flames. Because the future it creates is not in my hands. Mortals, gods, prophecy. The twin forces of creation have been locked in an endless war. It will end when the snake eats its tail, the cannibalization of Arbis. The laws of the world are turning against us. If they are not confronted head-on, there is no hope. The better question is, who will be delivering it to its new masters? You saw them walking on this island, and yet the truth has evaded you to this moment about what the Ashen really are. Their foregone sense of identity and purpose has been exploited since my life as Istis. The Sirens and the Golden Maidens, even Kaja. The Ashen have been manipulated into pledging their lives to those of us who must labor in the shadows as we wage war against the times. Crafting an entire people to embody an idea is a delicate form of warfare. It is one fought over generations. My allies happened to be artisans in warping the mind through words and collective thought. Turning slaves into loyal protectors of their masters is a cruel fate. It is a tragedy when the lie is passed down in history as truth. But I'm not here to share that lie, Dragonborn. In reality, the Ashen are my greatest followers. In me, they see a reflection of themselves, someone worth dying for. They are the lost children of Ionith. They are the heralds that will sing praises of Salaquine and elevate my position in the new pantheon. Hasn't it struck you as odd that they are proficient in the Tamrielic language? The ancestry of the Ashen can be traced back to the colony's survivors. Bondage erased knowledge of their true origins. Their acquisition of Akaviri traits is a mystery. Saesi blood magic may have played a role. Breeding and fusion of Ionith's colonists with the Akaviri, extinct or not, it would still be feasible. Do you wonder why I abandoned the Dwemer and Purity? It was because of their intellect, their tenacity to rebel spurred by independent critical thought. Virgil confirmed all my doubts in Project Purity. She sought to end the world without my say. It was an unforgivable betrayal. The Ashen have no agency. The best are fanatics, whose only motives are to destroy under a delusional sense of righteousness. Fanaticism is good. It is what I need. You underestimate what can be accomplished in 2 centuries. Belief in causes that align with my own dominates the Ashen way of life. Pamphlets have been distributed in recent years, celebrating the formation of Serenity's Sirens. Having those that remain in Akavir formally swear allegiance will be effortless, maybe uneventful. There will be virtually no change in their customs. Rebellion of a significant magnitude is highly unlikely at this stage. I told you the Sirens were wiped out to hide the fact I had ordered a culling of their ranks. Non-believers, beast, mare. The list was short and narrow in scope for who qualified for termination. The Sirens are advancing into the next phase. I have no need for potential traitors who will strain the organization's evolution. More purges will come, I'm sure, to lay to rest any prospect of They were my enlightened few. I told them the breadth of my plans to a degree, save for the knowledge that their people had been sold a lie, of course. Make no mistake, my maidens were always on my side. The bonds you formed with them were nothing more than superficial. I assigned them to your care when I suspected you'd be most vulnerable, having just lost the last of your reliable companions on this journey. Their orders were to spy on you and collect relevant information on your body movements, so they'd be ready for combat. Akaviri were renowned as martial artists, and the maidens I handpicked had been put through extensive training using their ancient lore. The maidens had their methods. Sleeping with the opponent, as they told me, was a great way of knowing how she'd perform on the battlefield. Evidently, you didn't sleep with them enough. I'm not done with Xana yet. Her devotion to me and her friend the songstress was commendable. Maybe I will spare her in another life. The Sirens have been a front for our operations in Tamriel. The Ashen will not make landfall on the continent until victory is imminent. People must not be led to believe a new Akaviri invasion is in their forecast. They were a liability. To be frank, regardless of their combat skill, they were useless to me after you sealed your fate by sailing to the island. I would have disposed of them myself after today if you hadn't walked out of the tower alive. In the case of the Sirens, a focal point for pity. If the Sirens could be taught to use the Pindar's plight as an excuse for murder, they will have no qualms doing what will be asked of them soon. Nothing can get by you anymore. I've weighed the risks, Dragonborn. The bickering between man and mare is fruitless. Neither has proven themselves fit to rule, and one's path runs parallel to purity's. The beasts are too tribalistic, and the Ashen are too impotent to lead nations. They exist only to serve. One candidate remains, a foreign entity with deep-seated interest in Tamriel. Call it revenge, because the land was once theirs. The Septim dynasty's provocation guaranteed they would return someday. What better time than now, when Tamriel is at its weakest and most fractured state since they left? They call me Snake Charmer, for I managed to broker a treaty with the most cunning beasts of Nirn. The deal was signed with Istis's blood. The Ashen will pave the path for them, their own slaves. The Saesi will only set foot on Tamriel's shores when the Ashen have succeeded. For the Saesi, there will be no war. My Daedra seducer, Freya, would know all about my other pact. She has been my intermediary between the lords. I bargained with them, lost parts of myself, in exchange for their fickle word that they do not interfere. These sorts of pacts aren't out of the ordinary. Most believe I will fail. Some seek to stop me. I took great risk consulting two of them, Hermaeus Mora and Molag Bal, before I met Freya. None have yet to make good on their threats. I believe they seek to establish a second potentate, but these snakes are duplicitous. Pay credence to their actions and not to their words if you ever have the misfortune of meeting one. After ascension to a higher plane, impractical. What becomes of me following the CSC takeover is nearly indescribable. Imagine every thought and every deed be a realization of your mind. I will have become existence itself, and the CSC will continue to uphold that existence under their new order. It's uncertain. If all my ashen sycophants are murdered after my ascension, the world would remain silent. There is no other option. Either the world dies, or it is given some semblance of hope in the hands of a new curator. I've worn 1,000 faces, and I have seen the structure of the universe. If there is no hero, there will be no event. The Elder Scrolls will be rewritten so we may be free, even if you can't see it now, if you detest me to your core after what I've put you through. You must believe me just this once. Salvation lies in me. To be determined. Assuredly, we won't be seeing each other again. What you see before you is just a ghost of a dead woman who's leaving with skies divide. Soon Matari will be nothing more than a memory, as is the case with her daughter. It was unwise for you to get attached. Those of us who walk this path must pay a price eventually. It is the law of the arena, and until I change that law, it is sacred. In a way, she still walks with you.
You have no idea how glad I am to see you. We need to leave before this whole place takes our only way home.
Time for you to leave. If you manage to escape, then goodbye. Peace be with you, Dragonborn.
What are you doing? Come on! We can't waste any more time. I got a hold of a rowboat from the Ashen Armada. It's nestled between an outcropping on the eastern shore just south of the port. It's not much, but we don't have much of a choice. Right behind you. in and grab an oar. We're going to have to paddle fast if you want to make it off of here. We have to make it. Unbound, Sky's Divide retreats to the heavens. Its final trial overcome. Its hunger left unsated. But victory is ephemeral. Someday, it will resume its conquest, bearing the banner of the East, of home. But this war will not be your burden. The lineage of those that came before me will not be forgotten. From the first to the last, their legacy is now mine to adopt. There's no place for remorse. If it weren't for you, I would have never come to accept my purpose. When your journey ends, I'll be there to continue it. My brothers, my sisters, will be halted at any cost. I pledge my soul that I will see this through. It's time to reprise old roles and become the champion I need to be. That is my purpose in the arena. Let's rest. Current's turn to do some of the work. Kinnereth willing. It won't be too long before we see land. The turbulence must have vanished along with Sky's Divide. There are no clashing climates in that region of the sea, with it gone. We should. Before you retired, you told me your experiences on the island. I'd say good riddance, but I'm worried who will end up replacing them. You must be mistaken. It couldn't have been me. No, it's not what it looks like. This is embarrassing. Ashen sometimes paint their hair for ceremonies of honor and shame prior to battle. Rites of passage, the changing of one's life. White is my hair's natural pigmentation. Well, it became that way shortly before I left Okavir. A few days after my confrontation with Misha, Freya said something to me that I never fully understood. The eyes of the azure sky are upon you, Ashen. For now, accept your failure. When you're ready, accept reality. She handed me the ingredients for the dye, and a pair of eyeballs, Misha's, caked with void salt. My graying hair, at such a young age, was a mutation of sorts. It reminded me of someone. It reminded me of her. I had to get rid of it. Considering what she put her unit through, I find that a relief. A mortal, with her level of cruelty, was an unsettling idea to live with. There were signs throughout the years that she wasn't all that she seemed. Cracks in the disguise that were uncharacteristic of any Ashen I'd ever known, Tamrielborn or Akaviri. With the maidens out of the way, she'll be getting more use until replacements arrive. I'm positive I haven't seen the last of her. That's one way of putting it. She wouldn't have made it without the Sirens and the Ashen as a whole. We were all under her influence from the very beginning, and I was too blind to realize it. Then there was you. She had a plan for you too. She knew your presence would be fleeting, insufficient to unravel what she's constructed over the years. She wanted to free you from your own future, convert you to serving as the acting figurehead for the Sirens and more. And if you refused, there would be no harm done. What could you do then to stop her? The truce between the Sayesi and Saliquine, it was established with you in mind. The Sayesi kingdom is colossal. If all the enslaved Ashen were released with the intent of sending them here, it would be considered a full-scale invasion reminiscent of the ancient tales. No one knows the total number of Ashen anymore, not since the days of Istis. We've all become physically disconnected, only unified in common purpose. I fought them for as long as I could remember before coming to Tamriel. Yet, despite the centuries of conflict, the Ashen never knew how their society functioned past the surface level. Those who dared to go further into the territory, beyond the slave encampments, were never seen or heard from again. I'm starting to wonder if the Sayesi are much more menacing than they let on. They're snake-like. I honestly can't. You'll have to see one for yourself. There were books, tomes, scrolls, the usual, but the structure of the literature we seized made no sense. Subjects would shift abruptly within the same sentence. It was as if reading the words of 1,000 authors speaking to you at once. Our amateur scribes could only translate so much without the aid of a translator or a garrulous Sayesi. Even under the harshest torture, the Sayesi were very protective of their written word. There was this one passage from a thick white book emblazoned with the crest of a red dragon, similar to the one used by the Empire. It was some kind of strategic, philosophical theory to conquer a people without the death of a single Sayesi. It proclaimed that a kingdom's downfall can come about by leeching off the victories of paladins, paragons of virtue. That their ingrained nature to do good and never stray from the righteous path ascertains triumph for the Sayesi. The theory is being applied to your kind and Tamriel. Journeying disguised divide, per Matari's scheme. Aside from that, it's more about what you haven't done, and will never do. Only you. The fight itself can still be won. The Sayesi are experimenting with a technique they've never employed before. There's still a chance for someone to break through their setup. It's going to be me. I have to do this alone. As who? I hope to not find out. I'll do my best to avoid confrontation. Don't say that. Fighting long after you leave us. I am afraid, but when the time comes, I know I'll be ready to do whatever the situation demands of me. I've done it all before. I can do it again. The currents have slowed. We should resume paddling. When we hit land, meet me at Euphoria Palace. We should confirm that Matari has withdrawn all forces from the area.
A pleasure seeing you again, madam. Ties were severed when they left the palace abandoned. Never did I expect I'd have to enact this procedure. Roving about the land, signing deals, filling out paperwork, making myself sparse at the behest of the former proprietors. How was your journey? I don't recall implying you left Skyrim, only that you've been on a journey. I take it that it was the former, then. I'm curious to know exactly where you've been, not to mention the Siren's whereabouts. All that counts in the end, yes? Anyway, getting straight to the point, it would be in our best interest to have Euphoria Palace resume business operations. I lack the authorization to make such a decision, but as you're the last known member of the Sirens, all administrative decisions fall to you. You'll have the opportunity to generate a steady flow of income. Find workers, send them on assignments, and accept your share of the payment. Same as you, gold, just like when the Sirens occupied the lower quarters. It's quite simple. Look for prospective workers in the local taverns, hire them, and then send them here. I'll handle their schedules. As you can see, we've got a head start. I found them at the Solitude docks. They are eager to repay you for saving their lives during the mercenary attack and agreed to return. I'll be here if you need my help to get situated with the protocols for sending workers out on assignment. In any case, welcome back. Have you mulled over the idea of restoring palace operations?
I've been looking for you. Let's see, I've got a letter and a lot of... Looks like that's it. Got to go. I'll spare you. Now.
Well, using an old enemy outpost for a base of operations? This sounds familiar. It's for the best. The whole idea sounds like Matari's parting gift. Guess third time isn't the charm. As for me, it's due time we parted ways. I'm thinking of traveling west and see where the road takes me for a while. I need to collect my thoughts before deciding what to do next. Maybe. If we don't see each other again, it's been an honor. For my own sanity, don't worry about how I'm holding up. Chances are, from this point forward, everything you'll hear or read about me is a lie. The Ashen always had their way. Steer clear of them. Matari would have advised them to do the same, but they won't hesitate to defend themselves. Until we meet again, Paso Silu.
Rhyme?